You may be seated. We trust that everybody had a good Thanksgiving. We were in the dilemma Saturday when we were looking at some severe weather. And of course, we may still have some severe weather, but you are all now trapped in the building, okay? So there's a pitiful snack machine back in the back, and there's a microwave. So if you have to eat lunch here, it'll be memorable forever. Okay. Our goal was if we had had a weather event, we might have been here and called it into session or convened and recessed, being under the strict issues of the statutory language of the way it's set, that we have to have these hearings within a certain period of time. But there's more than one way to, I won't say skin a cat because Katie will get upset about that. So there's more than one way to beat a dog, okay?
That's not any better.
I know. Okay, we're glad y'all are here, and this hearing will now come to order. Before the commission today is docket number 25054U, which is styled in the matter of the application of Energy Arkansas, LLC, for a certificate of environmental compatibility and public need for construction and related findings, and approvals of a solar generating and battery energy storage system facility and other facilities in Jefferson County, Arkansas. As you know, please silence all your cell phones and other electronic devices, including your computers. For those in the hearing room, if you must make or receive a telephone call during the hearing, we ask that you please step into the hallway to do so. Also, for those in the hearing room, you should be able to access the Commission's public Wi-Fi system by logging onto the internet. I would also like to remind the parties that you must speak into the microphone, whether sitting or standing, in order to be heard. And we appreciate if you go to the lectern if you're addressing the commission. For the record, will the attorneys state their appearances and names of those persons they intend to call as witnesses? Entergy.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Micah Goodwin on behalf of Entergy Arkansas. Next to me is Jay Breedfeld. We also have Kimberly Bennett, as she's been named as a counsel for this hearing as well. The company intends to call Robert Fluth, Kristen Dalrymple, Candace Fielder, Brad Cullifer, Brad Phillips, Michael Milton, and Amy Morris, in that order.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney General.
Good morning, Michael Lewis with the Attorney General's Office. I have along with me my co-counsel, Michael Coots, and we have one witness, Scott Norwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manis, for the staff.
Good morning. Wesley Manis for the staff, and I have with me Clayton Layson and David Scott standing in for Miles Parks, and we intend to call Mark Herring, Thomas Martin, and Jeffrey Bauer.
Thank you. The pre-filed testimony is admitted into the record. It will not be duplicated in the transcript of today's live hearing. Please note that the Commission's long-standing hearing rule will be in effect during this hearing, meaning that once the witness has been tendered for questioning by the Commission, further redirect of the witness by counsel will not be permitted.
Mr. Chairman, Entergy Arkansas would enter its standing objection to the application of the rule consistent with our standing objection in prior proceedings.
And your objection is denied. Our standing denial. Thank you. The parties are reminded that this case includes protected information, including highly sensitive protected information. Members of the public are advised that the hearing room may need from time to time to be cleared, with the exception of persons who have signed the proper affidavits of non-disclosure. Parties are advised to inform the commission if and when a party intends to reference confidential information, in which case the commission can determine whether to go in camera. It appears that we have an issue with some redacted materials, much like we had in the JPS hearing. Once again, the commission has an issue with the lack of transparency for the ratepayers and general public in this docket in relation to the total cost of the project. The commission would like to hear from the parties on this matter, specifically regarding Table 2 on page 15 of the direct testimony of Robert Floof. Now is the time that the commission would like to go in camera to discuss this matter with the parties. Would those of you who have not signed an affidavit of non-disclosure and filed it with the secretary of the commission, please clear the room. You may wait out in the hall. We will let you know when you can return. If you've not signed an affidavit, please wait out in the hall. Are there any pending motions or other procedural matters that we need to take care of? Obviously, we're going to deal with a lot of HSPI, so make sure that I'm aware that so that we can go in camera, and if we don't, it won't be my intent to expose anything of that nature. Would all the witnesses please stand and be sworn? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Finally, opening statements will be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes for each party. Mr. Goodwin, you may make your opening statement.
Chairman Webb, Commissioner Anderson, and Commissioner Tate, Entergy Arkansas is excited to continue the growth discussions from the last several weeks, this time with a focus on Arkansas Cypress Solar, which will be a 600 megawatt solar array and a 350 megawatt battery system that can operate independently. Now, Cypress Solar is a key part of bringing Google's $4 billion data center investment to fruition, and the company is thrilled to partner with Google in support of its West Memphis project. The evidence in this proceeding shows that Cypress is an economic resource, offering more than $640 million of net benefits over its life. But the benefits to customers are irrefutable when you consider the Google special rate contract terms. Google will make hundreds of millions of dollars in accelerated payments and pay base rates that help develop Cypress and other system resources. In the last hearing, you heard testimony regarding the importance of Cypress to the SRC negotiations. And indeed, over the life of Google's contract, the revenues from Google's rates account for the total estimated cost of Cypress Solar. In short, Cypress is an economic resource on its own, and the revenues from Google's rates serve to make it even more economic. Cypress is going to provide a large amount of low-cost energy and operational flexibility to all customers, producing enough energy to power over 96,000 homes. The dispatchable battery will create new operational flexibilities, which reduce stress on the grid and bolster reliability. Because Cypress Solar does not use any fuel, it will operate as a fuel hedge for EAL's other needed resources, including Jefferson Power Station and a converted White Bluff facility, so that customers are not overly reliant on a particular fuel type, particularly during summer when demand spikes. The company's modeling has identified over the past several years a need for a resource like Cypress Solar to serve all customers. And this intersected perfectly with Google's desire for a large renewable resource to serve its load on the same time frame. You've heard evidence in the JPS hearing about EAL's recent supplemental modeling. And for purposes of this proceeding today, it's important to consider that the supplemental modeling also independently confirms the need for Cypress. And to be clear, EAL needs Cypress Solar's economic energy and capacity to serve Google's new data center. Cypress's estimated cost is a reasonable price that compares favorably to bids the company received for other solar resources in its 2022 request for proposals on similar development timelines. As Ms. Fielder's testimony makes clear, over 75% of the costs of Cypress come directly from project-specific RFPs. The company will interconnect Cypress at the company's existing White Bluff facility, avoiding hundreds of millions of dollars in transmission network upgrades and enabling 2.4 gigawatts of new generation to come online without exposure to MISO Q timing risk. That 2.4 gigawatts includes Cypress Solar, Jefferson Power Station, and a White Bluff conversion, which are complementary and will generally not all operate at the same time throughout the year. EAL witnesses Brad Cullifer and Candace Fielder have also explained that if EAL ultimately needs the second White Bluff conversion by 2031, which is the deadline by which the interconnection rights must be used, then the company will have succeeded in interconnecting 3.1 gigawatts while possibly only paying for 800 megawatts of new interconnection service. That achievement would be reasonable and reflective of sound resource planning. As the testimony discusses, the order of interconnection matters. Ms. Fielder explains that if EAL ultimately needs both converted White Bluff units in addition to JPS and Cypress Solar, it is significantly cheaper to interconnect JPS and Cypress Solar first from an accredited capacity perspective. And there are important safe harbor and project timeline reasons why the company proposed to interconnect Cypress and JPS first. EAL is confident that its project plan qualifies for safe harbor status, and any delay to that project timeline can threaten that status. Importantly, Google's contract revenues account for the estimated costs of Cypress, and the SRC places the significant majority of costs and risks associated with costs that exceed that estimate and the loss of tax credits on Google. EAL respectfully submits that these terms also support that Cypress is in the public interest. This resource and all new generation added to our system are critical for supporting economic development. While Google's West Memphis data center will be one of the largest investments in Arkansas history, EAL is working hard to ensure we have the needed resources and proper customer protections for enabling other opportunities for the state to grow. Potential prospects know that reliable power is the critical path item for new projects. So delivering economic power right here in Arkansas with balanced resources that capitalize on savings opportunities provides our state with a competitive advantage. This is exactly what EAL is proposing with Cypress and its other robust and flexible resource proposals. To address recommendations by staff, the company has set forth added customer protections offered in highly sensitive EAL rebuttal exhibit KRD1, which include a commitment to use an independent monitor to validate the reasonableness of costs and are informed by the same terms previously agreed to by staff and the Attorney General or otherwise ordered by the Commission in the company's last 4 owned solar resource proceedings. Staff's testimony recommended approval of Cypress so long as EAL addressed 2 recommendations by Mr. Bauer, and the company has addressed those recommendations head-on in these customer protections almost verbatim. These customer protections are consistent with previous Commission outcomes, and the terms of the Google SRC further build upon the Commission's previous use of these protections. For example, prior Commission orders approving EAL's solar resources have applied a rebuttable presumption of cost increases up to 7.5% above the estimated resource price. Here, however, Google is assuming the risk of cost increases up to more than 3 times that amount for Cypress. The evidence in this proceeding provides a sound basis for the Commission to find that Cypress Solar and the associated facilities benefits all customers and are in the public interest. The company wants to ensure the Commission has the information it needs to thoroughly review its application. EAL greatly appreciates the opportunity to address the Commission here today, and its witnesses are glad to answer any questions the Commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Chairman Webb, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Tate, on behalf of the Attorney General's Office, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address you all before the testimony is presented. As our witness, Scott Norwood, testified on direct, our focus is on asking the Commission to implement customer protection measures to ensure that Cypress Solar Project is in the public interest. Robust customer protections are needed to ensure that current Arkansas ratepayers and future generations of ratepayers aren't getting the short end of the stick in this deal. First, Cypress Solar needs a construction cost cap. Energy witness Robert Fluce stated that the project construction pricing is not entirely fixed, but approximately 90% of the project will be fixed when EAL issues the final notice to proceed. However, the expected date of the final notice is well after the Commission's deadline to rule in this matter. Both staff witness Jeffrey Bauer and our witness, Mr. Norwood, expressed concerns of significant risk with cost increase based on the level assumed in the company's economic analysis. Mr. Norwood recommends a cost cap based on Entergy's current cost estimates to protect Arkansas ratepayers from overruns. Entergy witness Kristen Dalrymple responded saying that a construction cost cap is inappropriate because it may arbitrarily preclude recovery of prudently incurred cost. To call a construction cap arbitrary is interesting when it would be based on the company's own figures presented in its own application. Entergy should be required to stand by the numbers under either a hard cap or a soft cap to ensure that Arkansas ratepayers are protected. The second measure the Commission should implement is a minimum energy production guarantee for the Cypress Solar PV facility. Because a solar facility does not incur fuel cost, it's most economically beneficial to dispatch its energy when available. Entergy forecasts that the project will produce about 1.4 million megawatt hours of energy per year for the first 20 years of operation. Mr. Norwood recommends holding the company to that figure by implementing a minimum energy production guarantee to ensure the projected benefits of the solar facility are fully realized. Third, Entergy should make an investment tax credit guarantee that will ensure ratepayers are credited with the full amount of tax credits reflected in the company's cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Norwood has emphasized that a loss of the federal investment tax credits would greatly reduce the cost effectiveness of Cypress Solar and significantly increase the cost of the project. Entergy presented its capital cost estimates, including the benefit of these federal investment tax credits, and the Commission should hold them to the commitment by implementing this guarantee. In addition to the three customer protection measures directly related to Cypress Solar, the Commission should also implement two forward-looking measures that deal with Entergy's lack of analysis when proposing new supply-side resources. The first is to require Entergy to implement an annual all-source RFP process with oversight from an independent evaluator. This would help ensure that future generation projects the company proposes are compared to available market alternatives. Mr. Norwood has given extensive testimony between LC5 and JPS cases on Entergy's lack of competitive bidding process. Requiring an annual all-source RFP would help alleviate many concerns we've had with Entergy's recent proposed generation projects. The second forward-looking measure requires Entergy to present its White Bluff coal-to-gas conversion study in its next IRP and next application. Entergy witness Ms. Dalrymple stated that the company is currently conducting analysis of the feasibility of converting the White Bluff units and that it cannot be rushed. Entergy agreed to retire these units back in 2018, and it only started its conversion study a few months ago, after their JPS application was submitted and after the Cypress Solar plan was well underway. The company has had 7 years to conduct their due diligence. Because of this failure, there is still uncertainty as to whether JPS and Cypress Solar would jeopardize converting the units because of the megawatt limit on the current interconnection rights at the White Bluff Power Station. Unfortunately, the Commission has not been given the benefit of the conversion analysis to help its decision in either case. Entergy's analysis shortcomings must be remedied, so the Commission should require the company to present its conversion study in its next IRP and next application. Ultimately, these 5 customer protection measures provide balance and will help ensure current and future Arkansas ratepayers are not getting the short end of the stick. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Manis?
Good morning, Chairman Webb, Chairman Tate, or Commissioner Tate, Commissioner Anderson. The parties have endeavored to address the long list of issues associated with the CECPN application filing, including some of first impression that have arisen due to the passage of Act 373 earlier this year. The parties have found commonality on many of those issues through filed testimony. However, through written testimony in this docket and proceedings in dockets related to the White Bluff site, including EAL's Jefferson Power Station and the Google Special Rate Contract, staff has identified issues that remain either unaddressed or require further discussion on the record in this docket. First, the White Bluff site's interconnection rights have been discussed at some length in the JPS and Google SRC dockets. Although the proposed site for Cypress Solar Project is located down a natural bluff and across the river from the White Bluff site, EAL intends to use White Bluff's interconnection for Cypress. All told, EAL intends to use those same interconnection rights for 3 different projects that, under the most conservative approach, with 1 converted White Bluff turbine, exceed the interconnection capacity limits. In another scenario where both coal turbines at White Bluff are converted and EAL adds the Cypress Solar and JPS projects, EAL will likely be required to fund incremental network transmission upgrades to enable deliverability of all capacity to the MISO grid. This means additional costs that are not immediately apparent in the context of a single application, but must be considered as a composition of interrelated projects. Second, as discussed in the in docket 25-055-P and in testimony in this docket, the federal One Big Beautiful Bill, as enacted, is expected to impact investment tax credits for alternative energy projects, including the solar project at issue in this matter. A potential customer protection question is whether EAL will have the ability to establish safe harbor under the current rules and secure those tax credits, which, if not secured, would add 30% to the project's cost. Although this has been well established in another docket, staff submits that it should be thoroughly explored on the record here. Next, it's worth noting that the project at issue in this docket is a crucial component of the special rate contract, also at issue in docket 25-055-P. Staff is supportive of the economic development in Arkansas, in keeping with the intent of the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act, and recognizes the need for our utility infrastructure to keep pace with that development. In conclusion, staff emphasizes its recognition of the importance of increasing generation capacity to serve the present and projected energy demand across all ratepayer classes in Arkansas. As with all matters before the Commission, staff takes a balanced approach that considers the interests of all parties and provides carefully researched recommendations consistent with the public interest and staff's obligations under RPP 105. It's with these ideas in mind and in careful consideration of the filed testimony that staff offers its general support of this project, along with the Commission's consideration of the issues discussed in this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manis. We have concluded opening statements. No one has signed up on the sign-up sheet to make a public comment. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to make a public comment on the record? Seeing none, we will move to the presentation of testimony. Mr. Goodwin, call your first witness.
EAL calls Robert Fluth. Morning, Mr. Fluth.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name and title for the record?
Hey, good morning. My name is Rob Fluth. I am the Director of Power Development for Entergy.
Are you the same Robert Fluth that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025, and rebuttal testimony and exhibits on October 24th, 2025 in this proceeding?
I am.
If I asked you the questions in those testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
They would be the same.
Then, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email, each of these testimonies and exhibits are already part of the record in this proceeding, and therefore EAL will tender the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Lewis?
No questions, Your Honor.
Questions? Mr. Manis? Questions? Mr. Tate, you want to go first, if you're prepared?
Sure. We can start with just the overall cost of the project. What is that amount?
The overall cost of the project, as we discussed earlier, is on Table 2, the $1,601.5 million.
And does that number presume the tax credits?
That number does not. My role in this, the development of this project, is to develop the project schedule, project scope, and project estimate. So these would be the direct costs associated with the investment.
So that amount would be lower if the project is eligible and those tax credits are received?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Ms. Dalrymple speaks
Okay.
to that more.
On page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that Entergy expects the EPC to be finalized. Well, at the time, you believed it would be finalized in October or early November. Has that been finalized?
The EPC contract has not been finalized. We are in final form. We have come to commercial agreement with the contractor. The assembly of the contract is in progress. Our expectations is to sign the document or the contract either the end of this week or early next week. It's more just administration now of assembly of the document.
And is that going to be filed with us once it's signed?
Yes, sir. My understanding is once the contract is signed, it will be shared.
Chairman, I don't know if you or Commissioner Anderson has any questions that wouldn't be HSPI that we want to take up first.
Ms. Anderson, we do not. You want to go in, Cameron?
Yeah, I think we'll need to briefly just to talk about,
Let's go in,
The tax
Cameron.
credits.
Reporter will make a note. We'll need to ask our guests to step out. I think we're okay.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one point of clarification. I believe Exhibit E to the application has the names of the landowners.
Okay.
And I'm venturing a guess they may also be identified in the asset purchase agreement as well. That's a pretty lengthy
We'll
document.
take a look at that. Okay? Thank you.
Entergy Arkansas calls Kristen Dalrymple. Ms. Dalrymple, would you state your name and title for the record?
Yes, I'm Kristen Dalrymple. I'm the Vice President of Business Operations and Strategy for Entergy Arkansas.
Are you the same Kristen Dalrymple that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025?
Yes, I am.
And rebuttal testimony and exhibits on October 4th, 2025, and sir rebuttal testimony and exhibits on November 12th, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes.
If I asked you the questions in those testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email that these testimonies are already part of the record, EAL tenders the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Lewis.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Manis.
Good morning, Ms. Dalrymple.
Good morning.
I just had a couple of follow-up questions on the ITC questions from earlier. In the cost estimates for the project, does the company assume that it will qualify for the ITCs?
So the cost estimate for the Arkansas Cypress Solar Project does not reflect ITCs. As Ms. Morris can explain, that is an accounting treatment and an occurrence following completion of the project. So it is not reflective of an assumption of getting investment tax credits for the resource.
So just so I understand, because I'm not a finance person, the 1.6 billion, if you get the ITCs, would be minus, you would reduce that number by 30%?
Yes, that is an assumption that we have today. It could ultimately be up to 40%.
And do you have any updated information regarding the expected eligibility for the ITC?
Not since I filed my testimony, no.
Can you speak to the requirements for safe harboring?
Well, Mr. Fluth is much better at describing that than I do, but there are specific requirements that are expressed through both the original IJA as well as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and then finally the IRS rules that came out in August, I believe, or September, I can't recall the date, that describe how you would safe harbor a solar resource through specific steps and how you would safe harbor a battery resource through specific steps. And it's my understanding, and again, Mr. Fluth can explain that, we have met the requirements of the current rules with respect to safe harboring solar and battery resources for Arkansas Cypress.
Thank you. What are the risks to customers if the project does not qualify for the ITC?
If it does not qualify for the ITC, the investment amount that we've just talked about, the 1.6 billion, would ultimately be placed into rates. So that amount does not change. Ms. Morris can in her testimony perhaps speak to the difference of what might happen with respect to rates that would, if we did not achieve the investment tax credits. The rest of that answer I'd be happy to provide, but I think it's going to be HSPI. And I can talk a little bit more about some of the protections associated with that investment tax credit risk.
Just one more question before we potentially go down that path. Would you say that an independent monitor would be appropriate in this case? If this were approved by the commission?
Yes, and my rebuttal exhibit, CARE 1, talks about several proposals that that Entergy Arkansas has, and one of those does include bringing on an independent monitor to monitor the costs of the project through execution until completion.
Okay. That's the end of my non-HSPI questions, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't, get a little closer to your mic.
I think it's cutting out. That's the end of my non-HSPI questions.
We need to go in, Cameron.
I think so, if some of her responses go there.
Let's go in, Cameron. Reporter will so note if you're not invite our guests back in. I see they're coming in.
Okay.
Okay, we are back on the record. You may proceed, Mr. Tate.
So just to follow up on your rebuttal testimony about the independent monitor. I think it was staff witness Bauer that suggested if there was an independent monitor in this case, the scope of that independent monitor might need to be different than what is provided for in Lake Catherine. What are your thoughts on that as far as a broader scope for an independent monitor as it would apply to this project specifically, since you have issues here that are not present in Lake Catherine, like tax credit eligibility or equipment tariffs, things like that that are specific to a renewable project like this?
So I'm going to answer your question generally, if you don't mind. I would need to see Mr. Bauer's testimony to answer some of the specifics. But generally speaking, the impact of tariffs are things that we will know during the construction process. So we will learn those, and those will become actualized, if you will, during the construction of the unit. However, with respect to eligibility of tax credits, that, could be sometime after, and would be sometime after it goes into service before we get a final IRS determination of the eligibility for the tax credits.
So how would that work, or is that what you're suggesting may not work, as far as an independent monitor to help assess the eligibility of those tax credits?
So I guess, ultimately, no utility has control over the IRS determination of eligibility. But I think that, I guess my point was mainly that it's going to be something that's determined after the fact. The way that I view the independent monitor is that they're monitoring to ensure, that we are prudently incurring costs associated with resource. They're going to have some familiarity with that. There will be periodic reports filed with the commission. You will get views into the quarterly reports on this construction status. You will also get annual views into the cost through the annual Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider submittals, both the historical actuals as well as the forecast for the future. So the commission will have a lot of opportunities to see the cost, and then ultimately, at the end, there will be a final prudence determination after the project is placed into service.
What about for future RFPs? Should the commission consider requiring a independent monitor or independent evaluator for future RFPs?
Our typical practice is to engage an independent monitor over our RFPs. That is what we currently have right now with, for example, the 2025 renewable RFP.
And so how does that work when you take unsolicited offers outside of that process? And how does the independent monitor view that or evaluate it?
The independent monitor associated with the RFP itself would have validated the process of reviewing those resources and so forth. But with respect to an unsolicited offer, it is not uncommon for us to receive unsolicited offers and review unsolicited offers. And our practice has been to provide you some information that compares that to competitive resource solicitations such as an RFP.
But the practice is not to request the entity providing the unsolicited offer to bid into the RFP if there's an active one?
So I don't want to say that we have a standard practice on that. But if there is an open RFP, we likely would suggest to the bidder that they bid into the RFP. And I'm aware of some circumstances where we have had and directed people interested in providing unsolicited offers to bid into open RFPs. The point that I was trying to make is that that might come at a time when we don't have an open RFP, and it might be a reasonable cost resource that we want to be able to bring to the commission to serve a need and that benefits customers. And in this case, this project has $600 million in net benefits, as we've presented in the testimony from Ms. Fielder.
I think that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
No questions right now.
You may stand down. Who is the next witness? Okay. Let's go ahead. Go ahead and call her. Call your witness. I'm looking at lunch. That's what I'm looking at. And it's early. But I don't like to be late for lunch.
Understood.
Okay?
Entergy Arkansas calls Ms. Candace Fielder. Okay. Ms. Fielder, please state your name and title for the record.
Candace Fielder, Senior Manager, Resource Planning for Entergy Arkansas.
And are you the same Ms. Fielder that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025, rebuttal testimony and exhibits on October 24th, 2025, and Sir rebuttal testimony and exhibits on November 12th, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
All right. And then, again, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email, all these testimonies are pre-filed and part of the record, and therefore we turn to the witness.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lewis, any cross?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Fielder. You doing okay today?
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
You addressed Mr. Norwood's request for an all-source RFP in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm paraphrasing here, but in your rebuttal testimony, you say that that idea was ultimately rejected by the legislature with the passage of Act 373, correct?
Can you point me to that?
Yeah.
So I can just.
Page 9. I think we're looking
Of
of your rebuttal.
Rebuttal, page 9.
Would you repeat that question?
Yes, sir. In your rebuttal testimony, you put forth the idea that the idea of an all-source RFP was rejected by the legislature with the finalization of Act 373.
Thank you.
And specifically, I'm looking at line 12 through 15.
Okay. Okay, I'm with you now. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I was reading.
Yeah. It's your position that the legislature rejected the idea of an all-source RFP with the finalization of Act 373, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Senate Bill 307, which would become Act 373, ever have language mandating utilities to conduct all-source RFPs?
I don't have a lot of the details of that Act 373 in my mind. Are you saying that it currently does or in the future?
Is anything in Act 373, was there ever any language that mandated utilities to conduct all-source RFPs?
I'm not familiar enough to be able to confirm that.
Okay. Do you know if any sponsor of Senate Bill 307 ever attempted to amend the bill to include language requiring all-source RFPs?
I'm not aware.
Okay. And in support of your proposition on page 9, you cite to the testimony of Simon Mahan at Arkansas House Insurance Commerce Committee on March 17th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't actually cite to the voting by the committee itself, did you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so, and you're aware that that is the public comment portion of the committee hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a vote taken before the committee that you cite to regarding all source RFPs for Act 373?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it is your position that it was rejected, but you don't recall if they ever took a vote on it?
That's been my understanding. I wasn't participating in the vote. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Are you aware if there was ever a vote on the House floor regarding any bill requiring all source RFPs?
I don't know. I did not participate in that either.
Are you aware if there was a vote on the Senate floor regarding Act 373 or Senate Bill 307 or any other bill regarding mandating all source RFPs?
I'm not aware.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Manis?
Good morning, Ms. Fielder.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, I think my questions are all HSPI.
Well, be that as it is, we'll go in Cameron.
Okay.
Let's go in Cameron, and the reporter will note that. You're pretty good for a Texan.
I try hard, sir. All right, are we ready?
Ready?
Okay. First, Ms. Fielder, I'm going to follow up on some questions from the AG about all source RFPs. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. Now you had a 2022 RFP, or is that still outstanding?
The 22 RFP is still outstanding in the sense that we are still working through commercial negotiations on selections from that RFP. The proposal submission window is closed.
Okay. Did that RFP, was that an all-source RFP, or was it targeted towards renewables?
It targeted renewables and batteries.
Okay. If that had been an all-source RFP, would it have yielded the Cypress Solar project?
No,
And why is that the case?
because of timing. The 2022 RFP took place in 2022. My understanding is that that project would not have been developed enough or had the appropriate qualifications to meet the RFP requirements.
Okay. Now, if the commission were to, say, put Cypress Solar on hold while you conduct an all-source RFP, what would the effect be with regard to your ability to serve Google's economic development project?
The timing would not work for that. That delay would effectively it would adversely affect the Google project.
Okay. And then let's move over to staff's questions about your Sir rebuttal exhibit KF2. Do you still have that handy?
Yes.
All right. Counsel for staff asked a number of questions about the accredited capacity around page 5. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do we need to go off the record? I see a pink sheet there.
I think I'm going to try and keep it high level.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Aside from the accredited capacity, is there a key takeaway for the commission relative to the sequencing of these various projects?
Yes. And I think we talked about it earlier in terms of the IRP as well, and that the sequencing is very important. I think if we assume a different sequencing, so maybe reverse and have the White Bluff fuel conversion first, that would negatively impact both Google's project that we talked about a second ago, as well as all other customers, because it would increase market exposure for their energy and capacity, delaying the online dates for those resources while they wait for the MISO queue would just extend any exposure to a longer period of time, and a period of time that appears to really be tightening in the market. So that would be a lot of risk and potential cost.
I think those are all my questions, sir.
Thank you. Do you have, how much do you have? Do you have anything? Well, we're gonna break for lunch.
Okay.
I think it's the best route, and we will come back at 1 o'clock, okay? We stand in recess. Be seated, please. Ms. Fielding, we need you back up here, please. You didn't think you were going to get off that easy, did you? Of course not. Thank you. I knew you were smarter than the average bear.
I'll take it.
You were the one that Miss Bennett denied the vacation to, aren't you?
Yeah, I remember that.
I hope you remember that for a long time.
Are y'all still friends?
Yeah, I guess.
I know she's over there behind the column where you can't see her, okay?
Exactly.
Okay, we are back on the record, and let's see, I think we're ready for commissioner questions. And Mr. Tate, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to try and start out with ones that hopefully won't elicit an HSPI response. So I apologize if I bounce around a bit. Unfortunately, you're the first person we get to ask questions of after lunch. So this one may not be appropriate for you, but you can point me in the right direction.
Okay.
Looking back over the application, I'm not exactly clear on whether you guys are seeking a CECPN or a CCN. Can you tell me which?
I can tell you that I believe it's a CECPN.
Okay.
Trying to think of
That's the
who-
that's the link, or that's the as much as you want to testify to.
Yes.
Okay. Recently in our JPS hearing, I asked you a question about the load profile of a data center and the appropriate resource to serve that. Do you remember that question?
I remember that topic, yes.
And I believe your answer was that a data center cannot be served by an intermittent resource, at least an intermittent resource alone. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now, Google has specifically requested an intermittent resource. Why is it appropriate for Cypress Solar to serve that customer?
So my understanding is that Google is interested in the renewable credits from that resource, and they are interested in additionality of renewables to EAL's portfolio. And so Cypress serves that need. And then it also provides energy and capacity in addition to the rest of EAL's portfolio. And so that portfolio in its entirety will serve Google just like it serves other customers today.
But Cypress won't serve, well, Cypress alone is not sufficient to serve Google.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
Yes.
Both from a capacity standpoint and also because of the nature of an intermittent resource and their load profile.
That's right.
Now, I think in your direct testimony, you talked about how the benefits of a solar facility and how it would help diversify your generation portfolio. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's right. So it's of course a fuel-free resource which provides a hedge, both financial hedge and availability hedge on like gas prices. So it's very complementary to the rest of the portfolio in that way.
Do you have your direct testimony in front of you or available?
Yes, I can.
Can you look at page 9 and 10?
9 and 10. Okay. Yes.
So I'm looking at table 1. Are those, so table 1 addresses generation capacity mix. Are those numbers or those figures associated with the mix if Cypress is constructed?
Yes, table 1 includes Cypress Solar, the solar and the battery capacity. Yes.
And it's after the cease to burn coal date. Is that correct?
Yes,
So I don't see coal reflected.
yes,
Okay.
I think that's reasonable.
So on the capacity side, you've got nuclear listed at 33.3%, natural gas at almost 36%, and solar at 26.5%. What, in evaluating resources, again, you said this would help diversify. What is from Entergy's perspective, what is the ideal mix from a capacity side?
Yes, that is a good question. So that really is the primary goal of the integrated resource planning process. By, modeling optimization of the portfolio under the different futures like we do, hopefully most folks are familiar with the IRPs. The output or the end deliverable out of that process that goes into the IRP is to identify a portfolio and the optimal mix of resource types that could be called a preferred portfolio that would be the optimal solution across a range of futures. So all the different market variables, fuel prices or load growth or whatever, that across all of those futures, what's the optimal mix? And so that evolves from IRP to IRP. In our most recent IRP, the percentage of gas was a little higher than it was in the prior. So in 2021, we were seeing renewables as a bigger piece of that pie. Between market changing and load growth, now it's shifted a little bit, but none of those categories have gone away. It still kind of moves around with, the nuclear being a large portion, especially from an energy perspective. And then, the gas and renewables kind of filling the rest of that gap, depending on, load growth.
So as part of that modeling process, what's driving the generation mix or the change we're seeing in the generation mix? Is it anticipated customers and their load profiles? Is it cost? Is it all of the above and more?
All of the above. I think the two you mentioned are probably the most significant drivers. So load growth and then the type of load growth, like we were talking about a minute ago, that could drive a need for a different type of resource, as well as, technology costs. Costs for all technologies have really increased across the board, it seems like. Renewables especially, and then you take into account impacts of tax credits and things like that. So that can cause fluctuations in that, optimal splits up on the pie.
If we expect to see more customers with a similar load profile, how is that going to affect the generation mix that's coming out of the IRP?
So if you were to add more load with a high load factor, and I think that's what we're talking about. So
Yes.
resources like customers like Google that uses a high level of electricity kind of around the clock and throughout the year. Those types of customers need more energy, and they need energy that's available all the time. So I think that lends itself to combined cycle gas resources, maybe other technologies that can provide energy at a high capacity factor in the future, something like that. But then the renewable resources like Cypress, it outputs quite a bit of energy. It might only be during the daylight hours, but it's fuel free, and it can produce a good amount of energy. So I think those might be next in terms of just performance characteristics of what resource might be picked. And then if your load growth is more temperature sensitive or seasonal or day of the week, like a different type of customer, then you would see more of your peaking type capacity that can just come on during your high peak hours and then stay off for a period of time. So I think probably at a high level, kind of that type of order.
So all other things equal, we should probably see more dispatchable in the future if we see similar customers.
That's what I would expect based on what we know today.
So in this table, solar is 26% of the capacity, but on the next page, from an energy standpoint, solar is only 14.5%.
Right. Yep, that's right.
So looking at that table from an energy side, it looks like natural gas and nuclear is doing most of the heavy lifting.
From a total output perspective, of course, nuclear is a large portion.
So how does Entergy's net zero goals play into the IRP modeling, and how would that be reflected in the generation mix that the IRP is going to produce?
The EAL IRP is modeled for EAL's load needs. The net zero goal that you're talking about is at the corporate level. So I don't really take that directly into account in an IRP. But what we do is we have different futures, and so we would at least have one, depending on how many futures we have in an IRP. In this last one, I think we had 4, and so future 2 would be one that's supposed to model or restrict the future in a way that would get you to a more renewable result, whether it's a cost for CO2 or some renewable mandate or something. It creates a future where that would kind of be the goal of what you're trying to get to, is pressing the portfolio towards that direction. So we usually can cover that through our futures, but we don't relate it directly to the goal that you're talking about.
Okay. So the only way it makes it into the IRP is through one of the futures, which takes into account a generation preference.
That at a summary level, yeah, that's fair.
Do you do a similar future for a generation preference that is not renewable?
Yes, and they look different from IRP to IRP. I know the next one will look very different from the 24 just because the world keeps changing. But yes, we try to at least have futures that kind of bookend those worlds. So one with really, really low gas prices, or really, that kind of pushes you that way, just to see when you have these very different future conditions that you're trying to operate in, what common threads you see in the portfolio results, to kind of tell you, okay, no matter if we are in this renewable favored market or if we're in this gas favored market, these are the things we need to do over the next 3 years before our next IRP. That makes sense no matter which world we kind of end up in. That makes sense.
How do your futures, or how do you take into account customer generation preference when doing your IRPs?
I don't think that I'm trying to think back to the 24 IRP. We have not done that yet
Okay.
directly. That's probably something to think about, but we haven't had that situation, I think, until recently for Google. The only thing that comes to mind is just kind of in the 21 IRP, we had new green tariffs. And so there was kind of a general preference for renewables that we were hearing about from our customers, not like what we're talking about today with Google and Cypress, but just interest in adding renewables. And so we wanted to see the futures and if they're, what kind of resources would be optimized. And the model picked solar on its own without having that factored in. So it was kind of no need to work that in or bring in more solar for that. So that's how the 21 IRP worked out. And but we haven't modeled like directly a specific customer preference.
The 21 IRP selected solar in all of the features?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to check. It's been a few years. But I know in the preferred portfolio especially, there was a lot of solar.
If the IRP selects a dispatchable type of resource or a non-renewable resource, but you have customers requesting a renewable resource, what is the best way to approach that, or how do you address that when planning?
That's a good question. well, just I have to think about it. So we did the supplemental modeling that we did here. It's kind of like a mini IRP where we did the optimization modeling, and we just included, the existing load, and then we added the Google load on top. So it's just kind of a conservative view of the load forecast, and not taking the customer preference into account, just optimizing the way we would in an IRP. And the model selected a combined cycle combustion turbine first, but then it selected about, I want to say 500 megawatts of solar and 350 megawatts of battery, like the next 2 years. And so not even taking into account the customer preference, the model was saying, this is the resource to meet the capacity and energy need. So
Which IRP are you referring to?
that was I was talking about the supplemental modeling that I
Okay.
put in the direct testimony.
And when was that done?
That was done this year.
Okay.
Trying to remember, maybe over the summer of 2025. So if you want, I have direct exhibit KF7 on page 2 shows the results of that, if you want to look at it.
But Entergy had been in discussions about this facility since 2022, so obviously you didn't pursue this facility based on that supplemental modeling.
That's right. Yeah, I would point back to the 21 IRP that included quite a bit of solar and battery, and indicating that you need more of that in your mix. And so that got us to, the 22 renewable RFP in this resource.
Chairman, I think the rest is probably going to elicit HSPI responses. So I don't know if you have any questions you want to ask before that.
Let me, this is a couple of simple questions. Define dispatchable for me. What is a dispatchable generation?
I would define dispatchable generation as generation that can be turned on and turned off by a dispatcher, by the utility, the operator of the resource.
And define renewable.
A renewable resource I would define as one that uses solar or wind or some renewable fuel to operate.
And I know that you're aware of in Act 940 of this legislative session, that dispatchable is to be replaced by dispatchable. And I'm assuming that batteries have been added to try and make it dispatchable.
Batteries do, yeah, the batteries I would have as
How long
dispatchable
will batteries
generation.
last? If they were called on to go into service, how long do the batteries last? In hours.
Okay. My understanding is that it may depend on the rate at which you're discharging them. I think for the
Let's say fully discharging, it's ginning up the power, okay?
okay. I believe that the Cypress battery would be designed for a 4-hour discharge. Certainly, Mr. Fluth is the expert on
4 hours. Okay. That's the only questions I have.
I do have a couple more. I don't think will require an HSPI response. I don't know if Commissioner Anderson had anything she wanted to ask. Okay.
Go ahead.
Did Entergy do a RFP in 2021?
21. Yes.
Do you recall the resources that were requested?
I believe that is the RFP that resulted in the Flat Fork PPA and the Forgeview PPA.
Was it just seeking PPAs? Do you
No.
recall?
It sought build-own transfers and PPAs.
Okay. What about 2022?
Yes, we issued a renewable RFP in 2022 that was similar. It also solicited PPAs and build-own transfers.
Was 21 limited to renewables?
Subject to check, but yes, I believe it was just renewables and possibly batteries.
Were batteries included in 22?
Yes.
What about 23?
We did not issue an RFP in 2023.
24?
In 2024, we were in a situation where we had continued delays in the MISO DPP process, and the majority of the proposals that were submitted in the 2022 RFP were wading through that process. And so what we were experiencing is that as we were trying to negotiate agreements with those selected resources, MISO was continuing to delay, so the uncertainty in those proposals kept extending out. And then eventually enough time had passed that there was significant market escalation. So what we did in 2024, what we started at the end of 2024 was we asked for all of the proposals in our phase 2 list to update their pricing. And so we called it a bid refresh. So they couldn't change anything else about their proposal, just what the current pricing is given all of the market escalation. So we made that initial request in 24.
So was that a bid refresh of what was responsive to the 2022 RFP?
That's right.
Okay. So no new bids, no new projects, just a price refresh of the 2022 responses.
That's right.
Okay. And then you had or either have an RFP in 2025?
That's right. The MISO delays pushed our refresh into the first quarter of 25, but then later on in 2025, we also issued 2 more RFPs, one for renewables, solar, wind, and battery, and then one for gas.
Okay. I think everything else is going to be HSPI.
Okay, let's go off the record if that will be noted. Hold on just a moment. Invite our guests back in, please. You did? Okay. Okay, Mr. Goodwin,
Thank
call
you.
your next witness.
Entergy Arkansas calls Brad Cullifer. Mr. Cullifer, please state your name and title for the record.
Brad Cullifer, Manager of Transmission Planning.
And are you the same Brad Cullifer that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025, rebuttal testimony and exhibits on October 24th, 2025, and sir rebuttal testimony and exhibits on November 12th, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes.
If I asked you the questions in those testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email that all these testimonies are already admitted to record, we would tend to the witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Staff, any cross-examination?
Had to check my watch. It's the afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your sir rebuttal, do you have that with you?
Yes.
You introduced a new concept for interconnection rights that we hadn't really talked about prior to that, using ERIS, the Energy Resource Interconnection Service, and NITS. And I don't, forgive me, I didn't write that acronym. Spell that acronym out.
Network Integrated Transmission Service. NITS.
Thank you.
Yep.
Instead of getting full NRIS rights, and so these questions kind of talk about that a little bit. So on page 5, line 7, you noted that you've submitted the White Bluff second coal unit into the interconnection queue for 835 megawatts. Is that right?
That is correct. And I actually got an update to what's here in this testimony as well.
Oh, okay.
Would you like me to go through that?
Sure.
So in our testimony here where it says that we were going to submit in the MISO 2026 generator interconnection queue, we actually were able to, as of today, submit into the MISO 2025 generator interconnection queue for 770 megawatts of ERS.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll request NITS for the additional. And then as well, the balance of this 835, we're going to have to submit in the 2026 process.
For NRIS?
Or ERS plus NITS.
Okay. So let me back up a little bit, and then maybe we can kind of work into what you just said.
Okay.
How did you come up with the 835?
I personally did not come up with 835. That was developed by our power development organization, Entergy.
How did Entergy come up with that number?
I believe it was based on what they know to date on the engineering analysis, but I'm not exactly sure exactly how they derived that number. I think the engineering analysis is still ongoing, so it's not complete yet. So they probably used a conservative, larger number for the interconnection, because once you submit and the process starts, changes are very, very limited.
Who would have the answer to that?
I don't think they're here today.
Okay. Does EAL have to submit the full nameplate of the unit in the queue, even if the accredited capacity might be lower for that unit?
Typically, from what I've seen historically, Entergy submits to MISO the full nameplate of a resource.
Okay. So should I take from that the second coal unit at White Bluff for the interconnection queue You expect that to be 835?
I believe as of right now, based on whatever engineering that's been done to date that I'm not involved in, they believe that 835 is a conservative value to submit for.
Can you quickly just kind of summarize what ARIS and NITS does as opposed to NRIS?
ERIS
Yes,
plus NITS basically equals NRIS. NITS is a different avenue that a utility can submit for through MISO. It's a shorter process than NRIS. And that analysis looks at just that unit by itself and then anything else that already has network interconnection service versus the NRS process where you're in a queue with thousands of megawatts of other generation projects and you're competing with interconnection service with those other projects. So the network upgrades through the NITS process historically have been lower than network upgrades through the NRIS process.
When you say lower, do you mean the cost?
The cost and the amount, the quantity of network upgrades that would be cost shared with that resource potentially.
So ARIS plus NITS is the same as NRIS.
In the end, yes.
Okay. There may be a not
But,
understanding gap on my part here,
A
me-
non-utility would not be able to go submit for NITS. A utility has to submit for NITS
okay.
for service to their load.
So ARIS is limited to the state, right?
ERIS?
That's right.
ERS is the energy. It's not the capacity.
Mhm.
So that's every resource will have to get ERIS through MISO. The NITS piece is like the accredited capacity portion of that interconnection, if that makes sense.
How does that affect transmission?
There's typically, historically, additional transmission network upgrades that have to be sought for that resource if you're acquiring NITS or NRIS. Historically, I would say before the 2021 queue, you could submit a new resource for ERIS service, and a lot of the times there would be no network upgrades. Today, in the 2021 and beyond queues, that has flip-flopped. And now we are seeing network upgrades just to get ERIS, and they can be substantial at times. And that's just because the amount of generation that's now in the queue or that has recently received generator interconnection agreements.
So help me understand the cost difference between NRIS and ERIS plus NITS. Given that you just said that ERIS can be substantially more expensive than it used to be.
Correct. The difference, the NITS process that you're getting on top of ERIS, you're not competing with a lot of the resources in the queue because that study is just looking at that resource by itself for NITS and then what already has interconnection service in the past, GIAs, existing units, et cetera. The NRIS process with ERIS process and MISO is looking at all these new resources that's submitted into the queue and all the upgrades that were required to submit all of those resources that's in the queue at that one time. That's why there's different phases. There's a 3-phase process. And as the projects go through the phases and the studies get complete, they either withdraw because the network upgrades are just too high, or they'll reduce their interconnection service amount.
Thank you. So what is the cost difference between the two choices?
I can't answer that here. It just depends on the submittal and what's already got service at the time of submittal.
So do you know what it would cost to do the NRIS upgrade?
For this resource here,
Yeah.
for the NRS upgrade, I do not know what it would cost because I don't know what's all in the queue and who would stay after 3 phases.
Do you know what it would cost to do the ERIS plus NITS upgrade?
We have a high-level idea of a network upgrade that at minimum, bare minimum, it would take to submit for 835 megawatts of ERS plus nits. We have run some internal analysis, and we do have an idea of at least one upgrade that we know of.
Can you tell us what that is?
I believe that's going to be HSPI.
Let me see if I can do a couple more questions before we get to that, come back to that. So why did we just hear about ERIS and NITS in your Sir rebuttal? Why didn't we hear about that before?
The ERS plus NITS is actually something new that Entergy has started recently looking into and submitting resources for. This would actually be, if I'm not mistaken, Entergy Arkansas's first resource to submit this way.
Is it a new option available to you, or it's the first time you've taken advantage of it?
So historically, and I'm going back prior to 2021 DPP, going just for the NRS process, there was not a large network upgrade tag, I'd call it, applied to each resource. As more resources started going through the DPP, NRS has become increasingly high with network upgrade cost. So this is what we see as potentially a less impactful interconnection service in regards to new network upgrades that would be needed.
So ERIS and NITS have been available to you all along.
Correct. As part of the MISO tariff.
And NRIS has always been expensive.
No.
So when did that change happen?
That's what I'm saying earlier. I would say the NRS process got more expensive around the 2021 DPPQ.
Between the two strategies, NRIS versus ERIS plus NITS, what are the limitations regarding the ability for resources to qualify for capacity and using that capacity to meet MISO resource adequacy requirements?
The limitations, I believe they're equal. So NRS is about the same as ERS plus NITS. So there's not a limitation either, or if I heard your question correctly.
There's no difference between the two.
There is some differences in the way that I think the interconnection service looks initially, but the end product is the same. And I'm getting into the accreditation side, and Ms. Fielder may be able to answer that better than I can, but I believe for the accreditation side is the same. NRS or ERS plus NITS. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking at that route now for our future resources.
Mr. Chairman, my last question will go into HSPI.
Let's go off the record. Please note such, Madam Clerk or Madam Reporter. for your weather report, it's been sleeting in Benton for 1 hour. So I don't care. I'll probably be here all night. So we'll keep going. You think Tate can ask questions? Just wait. I can show you how to filibuster, okay? We'll still be here when they're building it, okay? Yes, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin doesn't look very excited about that conversation.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification on the last round of questioning. Which seemed a little legal in nature. Mr. Culliford is our interconnection witness. It's the company's position that, and it won't surprise the commission to hear this, that our plans are consistent with Act 940. Just 2 points of clarification, and then we'll move on. But the Act has a specific definition of retirement, which does not include fuel conversion. And the last part of the Act, I think it's 2318 1303F, exempts the White Bluff facility specifically for repowering purposes. If you have any questions about Act 940, the factual circumstances behind it, how it apply to the repowering effort we're discussing, Ms. Dalrymple would be the witness to address those.
Let me give the Attorney General a chance if y'all want to respond to that. It's kind of off the cuff, so you might rather.
I would have to look at the act in more depth to be
I understand, but I want to give you the opportunity.
I appreciate it. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Staff, want to say anything? Okay. While we're kind of a break in the action, I assume that y'all know that you should refile this document with the unredacted cost of this project of $1.601.5 billion. Okay? I see Ms. Bennett nodding. We don't recognize you here, okay? Council will do it. I assume, Mr. Goodwin, y'all will take care of it. You're the real attorney here, okay? He's just from Texas. I don't even know that he has a license, okay? Anyway, you may proceed, sir. Call your next witness.
Yes, sir. Entergy Arkansas calls Mr. Brad Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, please state your full name for the record and your title.
Brad Phillips, Senior Managing Consultant with Alliance Technical Group.
Are you the same Mr. Phillips that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025 in this proceeding?
I am.
And if I ask you the same questions today that are in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chair, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email that this testimony, pre-filed testimony is already in the record, will tender for cross.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
No question, sir.
Mr. Mattis? No questions. Mr. Tate?
Just one, I think. Mr. Phillips, is the Cypress solar facility located on land adjacent to the White Bluff facility?
When you say the facility, you're talking about the solar portion, not the T line, the Gentile line?
Right.
There is a separation. So my understanding, and at the time of this, when we filed this first, Entergy owns, or White Bluff owns, right up to the edge of the river. I'm not sure about the river itself. It's one of those blank areas on the tax records. As you cross the river, and I'm going to butcher this name, Adonak, or there's a family that owns a big substantial portion of the river in between the levees. So the facility would be across the levee. So there is a chunk of land inside there that Entergy does not own. And to my knowledge, I'm not sure what the developer, how they do it. Typically, when they purchase or for obtain right of way, they don't actually purchase the property. They just purchase a right of way agreement, or not purchase, but obtain a right of way agreement, and then across the levee that they have different levels of agreements on either a purchase or a lease of the property that the substation, the solar facility itself is going to sit on.
Okay. But the solar facility itself and White Bluff are not on adjacent property.
Not directly adjacent, no, sir. There is a separation between them, or property separating them.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
No questions, thank you.
I want to understand, I want to follow up on Mr. Tate's question. So we have the White Bluff property here. We have the Arkansas River.
Yes, sir.
Then we have a levee in the river.
No, sir. There's
Which side of the river is the levee on?
the levee is on the east side,
On the
but
side
there's-
where the solar.
the side where the solar is, yes, sir. But it's
Okay.
not in the river. There's anywhere from 900 feet. These are just numbers I'm throwing out. I kind of anticipated this coming in based on questions you had earlier.
Yes.
So kind of looked at that. And there's anywhere from that 900 feet as you go down, but that's actually from the river to the levee. Property along inside the levee ranges from 1.5 miles to 2
Inside being
miles.
towards the river.
The wet side of the levee, not
Yes.
the dry side. Yes, sir.
Yes. And I assume the levee runs some distance along the river.
Yes, sir.
I mean, to keep flooding from occurring.
Yes, sir.
Because I guess where the solar field will
I
be
would-
is in a flood zone. If there was
The
no
solar
levee.
field is, yes, sir.
If there was no levee.
Correct.
Okay.
The levee protects it from the flood zone.
Okay. I have no questions. Further questions? Anything further? You may stand down.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Have a great day.
Call your next witness.
Entergy Arkansas calls Michael Milton. All right. Be sure to speak real close to the mic. Mr. Milton, please state your name and title for the record.
Michael Milton, Senior Manager of Transmission Project Delivery for Arkansas.
And are you the same Mr. Milton that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the same questions in that pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And did you identify any corrections that need to be made to that testimony?
We had one, I think, correction, and that was just some wording in the description of transformer versus transformed. But other than that, that was it.
Okay, I'm looking at page 21 of your direct testimony, line 19, where it's originally drafted, it says transformer, and you're saying that should be transformed?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other corrections?
No, sir.
All right. Consistent with Judge Schickman's pre-hearing email that this testimony, pre-filed testimonies are in the record, your chair will go ahead and tender for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Manis? No question. Ms. Anderson? Any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Tate?
No questions.
You may stand down.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Goodwin.
Entergy Arkansas calls Amy Morris.
Ms. Morris?
Ms. Morris, will you state your name and title for the record?
Amy Morris, and I'm the Director of Entergy Arkansas Finance.
And are you the same Amy Morris that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes,
If I asked you the questions in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
yes,
Mr. Chairman, consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email, that this witness's testimony and exhibits are part of the record, we would tender the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
No questions, Your Honor.
You are an eloquent spokesman. Thank you, sir.
Do my part.
Mr. Manis? Oh, he's, yeah.
Gonna one-up me.
I'm trying to be more like Mr. Lewis.
Go right ahead, Mr. Manis.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions that Ms. Dalrymple kind of deferred to you on. So I just wanted to ask those same questions of you. In the cost estimates of the project, does the company assume that it will qualify for the ITC's investment tax credits?
Are you asking if did we assume that the ITCs were included in the cost?
Yeah.
So The cost, as I think we've been discussing today, the 1.6 billion, that does not include ITCs, but my revenue requirement in direct exhibit ALM1 does assume the ITCs, and what that does is that it shows the cost of the resource going through the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider, and then you have the ITCs come in, you'll see it in its own line item that shows as other expenses as a negative number, and then what that does is effectively helps to reduce the revenue requirement, and then that's how it's running through essentially the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act and lowering the cost to customers and helping to benefit customers through the rider.
So yes, I think is the answer.
Yes.
Thank you. Does the company have any updated information regarding the expected eligibility for the ITCs?
I don't know, that's Mr. Fluth.
Okay. How about the risks to customers? Can you speak to those? If the project does not ultimately qualify for the investment tax credits, how will that affect the cost of the project?
I believe earlier Mr. Limble kind of covered to the customer protections as set forth in the Google contract and how those would be proceeded and how customers are protected from that.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson? Yeah, ask questions?
Hi, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
So you, correct me, please, I believe you also testified in the JPS hearing, correct? The
Yes.
Jefferson Power Station hearing?
Yes,
Did you also testify in the Lake Catherine hearing in support of that docket?
I did.
Okay. So you're intimately familiar with the fact that there will be a cumulative effect with the total of the three projects if they flow through the rider.
That's correct.
You've testified about that. You're the numbers person, so you've testified about all of that. I've read recently several news articles, one just yesterday, that is discussing the fact that electricity rates across the country are increasing. The fact that those rates are not just impacting lower income families now, it's now reaching into middle class families as well. In light of all of that, I know you understand the numbers, so I want to know what your messaging would be to your customers who face tough decisions every single day about whether they pay their electric bill or they pay something else that is crucially important to their family. What do you say to those customers?
I would say that affordability is absolutely top of mind for the company, and I can kind of walk through a couple ways that we are taking affordability very seriously. So for example, you mentioned the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider. What that does for customers is help to ease these costs onto customers' bills. Under a traditional rate-making approach, that would hit customers all at one time. And so us being able to ease this onto customers' bills helps to lessen that impact for them. Secondly, I know we've been talking a little bit about APDC or the financing cost associated. By us also flowing it through the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider, that helps to lower the overall cost that customers ultimately will pay for this resource. And then I know you mentioned also the Jefferson proceeding, but we were also talking about how resources can help to capture load growth. And we've been talking about the Google contract as part of that, part of this proceeding. And so that load growth helps to bring additional revenues, and those revenues help to offset all of other costs for our customers and help keep their cost affordable in that vein. And then even we were just talking about the ITCs, us being making sure that we're safe harboring, for example, this project and to help protect to get the ITCs also helps to lower cost for customers. So those are just a few examples that we are really taking affordability top of mind in everything we're trying to do.
So I hear what you're saying about all of that, although I think what you are explaining to us is maybe a bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you say keep rates affordable, rates aren't going down and they're not staying the same, right? So I think what you're describing to us today is a long-term picture of trying to keep rates potentially more stable. I'm talking about, what do you say to the customer who's going to see an impact on their bill very soon, which will be the culmination of various projects that are being built by Entergy Arkansas. Those decisions, I'm not talking about customers that are thinking about their electricity bill 5 years from now. I'm talking about the customers that are deciding this month what they're going to pay first.
Yeah.
What do you say to those folks?
Yeah, so I would say that, again, affordability is top of mind, and we're doing everything we can to help lower that. Ms. Darlimple talked about one of her exhibits, some of the customer protections that we're proposing, and some that's, commitment to report on like DOE loans or different things like that to help also bring those costs down. And even, I know I was talking a little bit more big picture, but also in the short term, if I can just like walk through a little bit about what the Google big picture and how that helps customers even on the short term as well. So we talked about the one piece of the puzzle, which I talk about in my testimony in this proceeding, is how the costs are flowing, the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act. But there's also, the accelerated upfront payments from Google that helps support the construction of Cypress, which helps lower our financing costs during that construction, which by lowering our financing costs helps also lower the cost for customers that they would see in our formula rate plans. Each of our rate of returns in those proceedings are updated each year. And so by keeping that cost and that rate of return down helps to keep those rates affordable in the short term, which I know your concern is on the short term. And so that keeping that up front. And then even to the bigger, longer term is, Mr. Darlimple was talking about that the Google rate includes Cypress. And so that more holistically, for the long term, those rates and revenues that then help to bring in and lower all of their costs. So not only are we looking to make sure to protect customers in that short term, but also for the long term.
Chairman, that's all I have that would not include HSPI. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. State?
Thank you, Chairman. To Commissioner Anderson's point, I think what you're describing in part by having this go through the rider is that it will mitigate rate shock, but at the end of the day, the rates will ultimately be the same. They're going up. Is that fair?
I think whenever you're looking at it in this resource just in isolation, I have the first year bill impact as well as the full useful life revenue requirement, but as I was just walking through, there's the other pieces of the full holistic picture with this that with the revenues and the upfront that ultimately customers will be more net beneficial as a result of more holistically.
Yeah, the rest of that picture isn't part of this application, unfortunately.
I believe Ms. Elb and Mr. Hunt in the Google special rate contract presented that more holistic view.
As part of your exhibits, you filed a bill impact. I think that's exhibit number 2 to your direct.
That is correct.
That's just the first year impact?
That is correct, but I will note that in Mr. Clutcher's supplemental testimony in our Generating Arkansas Jobs Act tariff proceeding, there was supplemental testimony filed in that proceeding, and it has the first 5 years, and that is public as well. So I just wanted to note that also for the record.
So just for this facility, do you recall what the impact is in year 4 on an average residential customer's bill?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Would $8.52 sound correct?
It would be. I would have to look at Mr. Clutcher's exhibit off the top of my head.
And that's the exhibit that was filed in docket 25049 TF, the rider docket?
That's correct.
So I think you've listed a little over $2 as the impact just for this facility in year 1.
That's correct.
but that amount will go up in years 2, 3, and 4. Well, it'll go up consistently for several years. I think year 4 it's $8.52, but that's just looking at the exhibit that Mr. Clutcher filed in that docket.
I mean, that directly makes sense. You know, my direct exhibit ALM1, I present the revenue requirement, and that kind of trends with the kind of upflow of the ease into bill, so to speak, of the revenue requirement. And then as the revenue requirement begins to depreciate, then at that point, the revenue requirement then begins to drop.
So that's just for this facility. Are you familiar with the bill impact for the JPS facility?
Yes, I don't recall the specific numbers off the top of my head, but yes.
And what about Lake Catherine?
Yes, and then I believe we also filed the Lake Catherine bill impacts from the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act, all 3 resources in the supplemental testimony of Mr. Clutcher.
So in year 5 combined, all 3 of those resources will result in a $21.85 bill impact for an average residential customer. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct. But again, that's just looking at those resources in isolation. It does not take into account any revenues or any of the benefits and some of the that Ms. Elb testified to in the Google special rate contract proceeding. It's just looking at those resources.
That also doesn't take into account increases under the formula rate plan, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And also doesn't contemplate any increases that might occur from a rate case, which I understand the company intends to file in February.
That is correct. But again, I will say affordability is top of mind, and the Google contract provides a lot of net benefits to customers. And even how we have structured it with some of the payments, you know, with the upfront payments, with treating those as revenues, that allows for a larger impact on a revenue requirement impact than other structures that could, and helps to offset some of those costs that you are mentioning.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further that's not HSPI? Anything else? Simple question. If Walmart sells more turkeys, their prices will go down. It's kind of a standard. It's what Mr. Sam believed. Do you believe that will be the case for the people of Arkansas that are paying their rates, that the more energy facilities that are built, that their rates will go down?
I will say the more power we sell, the more the costs are allocated out to more customers. So for example, the recent approved cost allocation as part of the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider, that gets updated annually based upon our current allocation of our current load or usage of our different customers. So as we sign different large industrial, different types of customers, that'll get updated, and that's going to change us essentially how those allocation is.
So you
updated.
believe there will be more customers to spread out the cost to help keep rates low?
Correct.
Maybe not where they are today, but at a lower amount than if we had not increased the customer base, if you would.
That's correct. And I also will note that it's my understanding with Act 373 that there is certain protections set in place to keep rates below the national average as well.
Well, there's a requirement
That's
in
correct.
that act.
That's
right.
correct.
We are at 25% below the national average, and the rates could go up to within 10% of the national average, is my understanding, and we could go higher if we report that to the legislature. Is that your understanding?
I'm not sure on the report, but I do know, it's the company's commitment to keep rates as low as possible. But then the state legislature did create that extra protection as well.
Anything We're going to go into HSPI, so we need to go clear our guest out and go note it in the record. And Thank you. Darn, my humor was not on the record. What a loss.
We can do it again.
No, it's never as good the second time, but thank you. So we have released two of Entergy's witnesses who are out of town so they can beat the bad weather. We're going back on the record. We are now back on the record. Call your witness, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. I call Scott Norwood. Will you please state your name for the record?
My name's Scott Norwood.
And where do you work?
I'm president of Norwood Energy Consulting. I work in Austin, Texas.
Okay. Did you file direct testimony and exhibits in this docket on October 8th, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you were asked the same questions here today, would you have the same answers as set forth in your direct testimony?
Yes.
I will tender the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
Afternoon, Mr. Norwood.
Good afternoon.
You have your direct testimony in front of you.
Yes.
Go ahead and pull that out.
Yes.
Page 19.
All right. Okay.
Let's see. Starting on lines 16 and 17, I'm just verifying it's your recommendation or your conclusion that Cypress Solar is needed to help supply EAL's forecasted capacity requirements starting in 2029. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the next lines, you also concluded that or recommended that the commission find the project is a cost-effective and reasonable choice for supplying EAL's forecasted capacity and energy needs beginning in 2029. Correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And I think on the next page, you concluded that Cypress Solar qualified as a strategic investment under the GAJA statute and rider. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I want to get to some of your other recommendations. So
Okay.
on page 19, 3 through 11, you've made a couple of recommendations. One is a cost cap, one is a what you call a minimum energy production guarantee, and the third one is a ITC, investment tax credit guarantee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I was a little unclear when your attorney was talking earlier. Is your recommendation here for a hard cost cap or a soft cost cap?
I didn't address that explicitly, but my recommendation is based upon the customer guarantees adopted in docket 22019U for SWEPCO with regard to a portfolio of renewable assets. And that settlement agreement basically provided for, I would say, a soft cap in that it gives the company the ability to petition the commission for relief in the event the cap was exceeded.
A hard cap, just to make sure we're using the right terminology here, would mean that any costs over a certain threshold would automatically be disallowed without any review from the commission, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You've been sitting in the hearing today, so I think you would conclude or at least agree that the construction schedule for Cypress is going to occur over several years, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree, I believe, that during construction, new circumstances could arise, like a change in equipment needs or availability, as that construction schedule proceeds along several years.
That's possible, yes.
Did you review Mr. Bauer's testimony in the Jefferson hearing, testifying against the imposition of a hard cost cap?
I do not recall that. I probably did, but I don't recall that right now.
Okay. So would it surprise you to know that in response to a question from the commission about the wisdom of imposing a hard cost cap, he testified that, quote, even with the best utility planning, there are things that you can't anticipate.
Would I be surprised he testified to that?
Correct.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you dispute that that was his testimony in the hearing?
I do not.
I have a transcript of the second day of the JPS hearing. We've designated as a hearing exhibit, and I'm about to pass it to you. This is not HSPI. I've checked twice. We're on pages 195 of the second day. And then there's a sentence that starts on line 5 of that right page. You can take the sticky note off. It starts with the word "so."
Okay.
Could you read that sentence?
So in light of the testimony we've heard today, there have been a couple of folks that have testified as to various projects, not just JPS, but the idea that there are other projects in the plan as well.
I apologize. I'm talking about line 5.
Oh, line 5?
Right here. So.
Oh, this so. So I think to answer your question on the hard cap, I think that they may serve to stifle, the ability to develop infrastructure, or we put too much risk on developing new infrastructure, and it may have unintended consequences.
Okay. I'll take that back. Have you read the relevant Google special rate contract terms the company filed in this proceeding as EAL Direct Exhibit KRD 1?
I think I looked at those early on, but yeah, I did read them.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have a copy with you?
I do not.
Do you dispute that Google agreed that in spite of EAL's reasonable and prudent construction and cost management, many known and unknown variables may impact the costs used to develop the rates under the agreement as it relates to Cypress?
That seems like a pretty general statement. I don't think I would dispute that.
Okay, thank you. And do you understand that the cost for Cypress Solar would be recovered through the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act? Rider, I'm sorry.
In what context?
Under the company's Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider.
Do I dispute that they would be?
I'm asking if you're aware that that's what the company is proposing to.
Oh, I understand that, yes.
And so you would agree that the final project cost for Cypress Solar will be reviewed by the commission as part of that rider process?
I'm not sure the final cost will be reviewed.
All right.
Perhaps after some time of recovering through the rider, when it's put into base rates, there would be some final review.
And I'm catching you cold on the Gaja language, but subject to check, I think is probably what I wanted to ask you. Subject to check what is specifically called for in the rider.
I don't recall that provision of the rider, but subject to check.
Okay. Excuse me 1 second. Do you have a copy of the EAL Rebuttal Exhibit KRD 1 with you?
I do not.
Okay. Here's a copy I'm going to pass to you. So looking at section C, it's on the bottom of the first page.
Okay.
Do you see that EAL is proposing to have its construction costs reviewed by an independent monitor for reasonableness?
Yes.
And that the IM will provide quarterly construction reports to the commission?
Yes.
Okay. You see in section C2 on the next page, where EAA is committing that final costs for Cypress will be subject to a commission review within 12 months following the date on which EAL gives notice that Cypress Solar is complete and has been placed into service, with the review evaluating whether final Cypress Solar costs were reasonable and prudently incurred.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And you didn't make any recommendations against these customer protections in your written testimony, did you?
I filed direct testimony, so I don't think I would have had. Is this a direct?
It's a rebuttal exhibit.
From rebuttal. Yes, I didn't file sir rebuttal.
Okay. Looking at section D.
Okay.
I think you've just covered this, but you didn't file any testimony discussing EAL's proposed availability factor located at section D of rebuttal exhibit KRD1.
No, I did not.
Are you aware that the commission has previously approved this very availability factor before in EAL's last 4 owned solar resource dockets?
I don't recall, I recall being in some of those dockets, but I don't recall this provision.
All right. Just for clarification, I'll make sure the record's clear. So those dockets would be 19019U, 20052U, 20067U, and 22013U. I didn't understand your answer a second ago. Are you saying that you don't dispute that this is in there, or you just can't recall at this time?
I don't recall being in those cases, and I don't recall this provision, so.
Okay, but you can't point to anything today in front of the commission to explain that this was not in those separate docket approvals?
Yeah, either whether it was or wasn't. No, you're right.
Okay. Are you aware that the Attorney General is the entity that first proposed this availability factor reporting as a settlement term in Cersei Solar in 19019U?
I'm not aware of that.
I also didn't see any discussion in your testimony about this, but are you generally aware, at least based on the testimony today, if nothing else, that Google has agreed to certain mitigations for the investment tax credits if those aren't realized for any reason?
I believe I did hear that discussed earlier today.
All right. Will you look at, actually, never mind, we don't have to go there. I noticed in your direct testimony that you recommended that the, let's see, page 20.
Okay.
That one of your recommendations is that the company should, and I'm looking at lines, starting at line 10, the company should complete its analysis of the feasibility and cost of converting White Bluff Units 1 and 2 to burn gas and present that analysis in the company's next IRP report. And to be clear, you are not recommending any impact to the Cypress Solar project schedule, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I think the reason why that's the case, but you can help me out, is laid out on page 17 on your testimony. Lines starting on line 4, to the extent that delay or cancellation of the project jeopardizes EAL's service agreement with Google, that could be a significant setback in Arkansas's effort under Act 373 to attract new economic development, jobs, and tax revenue. Is that more or less correct?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. And I believe impact to the ITC timeline would also be another reason, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 questions as under HSBI.
Okay. Let us go off the record. Ask our guests to step out. forward. Okay, we're back on the record. So you made a statement before while we were in camera talking HSPI that I don't think is HSPI related, but it seemed to suggest that you would not support this project if it wasn't for the tax credits. Did I understand that correctly?
No, I don't think it's entirely the tax credits, but I think that's an important element. That's worth approximately with the two projects. I guess I can say this. Very approximate.
Hold on.
I believe that's HSPI, so we would just ask the dollar value not
Okay.
discussed.
Now, the overall project cost is not HSPI anymore, and it's 30% of that project cost, correct?
I'm hesitant, Commissioner Tate, solely because of the interplay with the SRC.
Okay.
It's a lot of,
30% of that number that we said was not HSPI anymore.
Right. It's a lot of money, you know, and I know it's not free money, but it's a lot. It's a big benefit to Arkansas if they do this, and this is probably the last chance to do this unless there's another plant under construction.
Do you share the concern staff witness Bowers expressed about the unsolicited offers undermining the RFP process?
I do very much. That's one of my big concerns, and that's why I have a recommendation that there needs to be, I think I talked about this in the last case, there needs to be some systematic all-source bidding process going on continuously.
Just briefly back on the tax credits, do you agree that the project, as you understand it, is safe harbored?
I'm not clear on that. The stuff I've read says, July of 2026 construction start and in service at the end of 2027 for solar projects. And there are probably some details of that, but I think what they've said, or what I heard today, was at some point they got to go back to the IRS and get approval. And so there's uncertainty there.
In your direct testimony, you recommended a number of things as far as customer guarantees. A cost cap, a minimum energy production guarantee, and an investment tax credit guarantee. Entergy's witness, Dalrymple, seemed to suggest that the steps they had taken addressed your concerns. Those steps being the voluntary customer protections, terms in the SRC, and various warranties associated with the equipment. Is that the case? Have those addressed your concerns?
No, they haven't. And again, I think if the company feels like all those things have addressed their concern, and plus they have Google, and plus they feel like that estimate's good anyway because they've got a contingency, and it just give us the guarantee. Just give us the guarantees we've asked for, and the cap I'm suggesting would still have provision if they blew through the cap to come in and appeal to you and explain why, and so it's not a hard, rigid cap. And so I feel like, at some point you got to say customers should get some protection.
How do you envision a soft cap working with the rider? Would they be allowed to flow those costs above that cap through the rider pending, our determination at the end, or would they be prohibited from running those costs through the rider but allowed to potentially recover those costs at the end?
Yeah, I think we discussed this perhaps in the last case. I think it has to be, in the way it's traditionally been done in my career, is there's a final prudence review at the end where all the decisions that went into the plant, both positive and negative, can be reviewed, and you can have a final determination of prudence. And the rider has to be subject to the refund at that time if there's a determination that some amounts were imprudent.
So a final prudence determination is part of the process, but I'm still not clear on what you believe would happen with those costs that were above a cap before that. Would they be, in your mind, be allowed to flow those costs through the rider pending a prudence determination and potential refund, or not be allowed to flow those costs above a cap through the rider, but potentially be allowed to recover those in a final prudence determination at the end?
Well, I don't think unless you do the prudence review before the end, and before the end it doesn't make any sense because you've got to look at the totality of the decisions that's led to the final cost. So I think it's analogous to what you do with fuel cost recovery. There's some amount set and it's flowed through the rate, and then there's a provision at the end of the period to take a look back and see if there was a imprudent outage or some other operating problem that caused higher costs than should have been occurred, and then those amounts would be quantified and refunded to customers if need be.
So they'd be allowed to flow up to the cap through the rider. Anything above that could only be addressed in a prudence determination at the end. Is that my understanding what you're saying correctly?
That's the way I envision it, unless
Okay.
there's something that explicitly prohibits that I'm not aware of. And that would go hand in hand with the independent monitor situation. The monitor's looking at what's going on and documenting it, and so at the end you have him come in ideally and testify and have a big hearing, and then either bless the cost or make some adjustments if need be.
As you indicated, the last three resources that have been brought before us were not the products of competitive process. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
How should we fix that going forward?
Well, I recommend, and I think I've recommended in the last two cases, that there be at least for a period of time, we're in this period where you've got astronomical load growth occurring and you're trying to attract these new loads to Arkansas. And so we know there's going to be a high demand for additional capacity and energy. And I think in this period, this unusual, abnormal period, we need to have a systematic, ongoing, off-source RFP process. So we're not constantly coming in saying, oh, we got this great deal and, we have to do this now. And, even though we had this bidding process going along and they could have participated in that, we have to accept this without any testing from the market. And so I think that's extremely important. And I think it's important with the whole concept of the, of Act 373, which is if you're trying to make strategic resource decisions and get the lowest reasonable cost for the state and therefore attract new load, that's what's going to attract new load, keeping costs low. You got to have a competitive bidding process. It's just essential.
Do you think we should require an RFP done annually?
That's the way it's being done now in Virginia, and I think there's a number of other states which it's just done. Utilities don't question it, it's done. And I think it can be done very efficient. And I think once you get it going, the market, the developers will pay attention and they'll know and they'll have confidence that this is a fair process in Arkansas, and it'll just become part of the process. To do otherwise is extremely bad planning. What we've gone through the last three cases is just extremely bad planning, of always coming in at the last minute and having costs that look real high and not having bids to kind of guarantee that those costs, are okay. It's just a bad process.
So what should the utility do if it gets an unsolicited offer?
It should require it to go through the RFP process. Just say, we need a proposal, a fixed proposal, and evaluate that along with other proposals.
I think that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Just one follow-up. And would you recommend that an independent monitor oversee those ongoing RFPs or the yearly RFPs? as
Yeah,
well?
I would, but I think it's very important that if you do that, that there be a requirement that, first of all, they document the process. And normally that's done, no question. But secondarily, when you have these proceedings, they're required to appear to defend and explain their report and their findings. Because I've seen in other jurisdictions where, the report's done and you spend a lot of money, and then when you get to the hearing, there's nobody there to answer questions on the report. And so if there are criticisms in the report or, vagaries in the conclusions, you can't get at those. So you need to have that IE or independent monitor come testify.
That's all I had, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Norwood, I share your concerns deeply that there's no RFPs. I can't believe government would do anything without a request for a proposal and competitive bidding. And here we are looking at, I hope I don't step over the line, $5 billion in projects that have not been bid out, which is nearly the equivalent of the general revenue budget of the state of Arkansas in just a few weeks. So, you've had a chance to look at Table 2
Yes,
and the numbers there.
Yes, sir.
And you see, I would assume, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I see a lot of flexibility in numbers. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would think so.
We can't talk about some of the numbers, but we see a lot of flexibility. Other than we see $1.6 billion as the bottom line.
That's correct.
Sometimes you have to teach a lesson, okay? What if we removed contingency and did not allow the contingency and put a hard cap at amount lower than their bottom line minus the contingency, where they would have to act more responsibly and send a message to this entity that RFPs are a need in this state to protect the public? What is your opinion of that? You can disagree. How do we stop it? Because we've encouraged it in orders that have been ignored.
Right. Yeah, I defer your judgment on that. I certainly think something serious needs to be done, but I would hate to see anything that blew up the solar piece of this project. And let me just say, since everybody sees me criticize projects a lot, I do think these two projects, the cost is really pretty good, and as they stand now, and particularly the battery project is the cheapest I've seen, and probably in 3 years. And so I don't think this is, I'd hate to see this thing blow up, but I think something needs to seriously be done so we're not in this situation again next time.
I can't agree with you more, but the message is not getting over to where the corporate headquarters is, okay?
Right.
And we have expressed that we love RFPs, and yet we have had 3 projects for various excuses come to us without RFPs, okay? That's, we need to protect the entity, the utility, and we need to protect the public, and we need reliability, but we have a responsibility. Okay, I wanted to get your thought on that.
No, I agree. I agree. And customers, you know, are getting the brunt of all this. And frankly, I don't see any end to this real soon. You know, and it's part of it's the market, but if you don't have a good process, that adds to this bubble.
What's going on in Arkansas is a positive thing, okay? But we need to make sure that it has a positive result for the ratepayers of
That's
Arkansas, okay?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Anything? Okay. You may stand down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's that? Oh, yes, sir.
I have,
Are you moving for directed verdict?
I'm going to move for a directed verdict. I think our evidence speaks for itself, and I would see if along with the directed verdict, if Mr. Norwood can be excused, he will promise to spend money on the way out of the state.
I don't see a reason that he shouldn't be excused, and there's a offering plate out there if you'll put a little something in, okay?
That's good. Thank you.
Anything first?
I think are we still on HSPI?
No, we're off, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No, we're not. Mr. Manis, call your first witness.
We call Mark Herring. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, yes, Mark Herring, 1000 Center Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72201.
And who's your employer?
Arkansas Public Service Commission.
And what's your title?
I'm Public Service Rate Analyst 2 in the electric utility section.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
General Staff.
And are you the same Mark Herring who filed direct testimony on October 8, 2025 in this docket?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony at this time?
No, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, I tender the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin.
No cross.
Mr. Lewis.
Nothing, sir.
Any redirect? Any questions from?
No, Chairman, no questions. Thank you.
You may stand down. One question. Do you know the address of this building?
1000 Center?
I just want to hear it again, okay? Some people didn't hear it enough the other day.
It's
You may,
72201.
there you go. You can stand down, okay?
Thank you, Chairman Webb.
You may not have been in the room for that one. One of our witnesses failed to know the address here.
Yes, sir, I was here.
Call your next witness.
Call Thomas Martin. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Thomas Martin, 1000 Center Street, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Thank you. Who's your employer?
Arkansas Public Service Commission General Staff.
And what's your title?
Engineer.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
General Staff.
Are you the same Thomas Martin who filed redacted and HSPI direct testimony and exhibits on October 8th?
Yes, I am.
And the same Thomas Martin who filed her rebuttal testimony on November 5th?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony or exhibits at this time?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I tender the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
No cross for Yale.
Mr. Lewis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect? Commission?
No questions, Chairman.
You may stand down. You've done an eloquent job.
We're all getting a little silly.
Do you have a plane to
Time of
catch?
day.
Me? No, but I got to drive through Benton.
Oh, wait, you may need to take me, okay?
Staff calls Jeffrey Bauer. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Jeffrey Bauer, 370 Main Street, Worcester, Massachusetts.
I haven't said this today, but you need to eat that microphone.
Apologies, sir.
Who's your employer?
Daymark Energy Advisors,
Better.
And what is your title?
Principal Consultant,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
General Staff.
Are you the same Jeffrey Bauer who filed redacted and HSPI direct testimony and exhibits on October 8, 2025?
Yes.
Are you the same Jeffrey Bauer who filed redacted and HSPI supplemental testimony and exhibits on October 20th, 2025?
Yes.
Are you the same Jeffrey Bauer who filed redacted and HSPI rebuttal testimony on November 5th, 2025?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony or exhibits at this time?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I tender the witness.
Mr. Breedlove?
Sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Bauer.
Good afternoon.
Questions? I'm going to start with your supplemental testimony. And in that testimony, you recommend that the commission approve the company's application with the recommended conditions described in your supplemental testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's go through those recommendations. The first one I understand to be that the company notify the commission and staff as soon as the agreements determining the project costs are finalized. And if those costs exceed the estimates provided in the company's application, the company should provide supplemental testimony to confirm whether the costs will be recovered through the SRC, now the Geyser rider, and or the extent ratepayers may be impacted. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, referring to your rebuttal testimony, I think it's at page 7 and 8, you acknowledge that Ms. Dalrymple committed that EAL will provide a copy of the executed EPC agreement once that is finalized and will identify any material differences, if any, between the key terms and the executed EPC agreement. And a similar commitment has been made with regard to the module supply agreement. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So is it fair to say that Ms. Dalrymple's commitment addresses your first recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the second recommendation. Second recommendation, as I understand it, is that the company should propose and implement measures to ensure appropriate customer protections, including an independent monitor to oversee development and construction costs and periodic reporting to the commission and staff regarding updated cost estimates. With such protections, the project can help enable economic development while minimizing risk to customers. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
All right. And in your rebuttal, I think it's around pages 8 and 9, you acknowledge again that Ms. Dalrymple has made a proposal for an IM, independent monitor, consistent with the Lake Catherine process, but you suggest that it be modified such that the IM scope is more specific to Cypress Solar because there are project development differences specific as between Lake Catherine and a solar project and battery storage projects, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can we take that to mean that the company's proposal for an IM, modified as you suggest, satisfies your second recommendation?
Yes.
And would you agree that use of an IM, modified as you suggest, would be a means to protect customers from excess costs?
Yes. I think that the use of an IM is an important element, excuse me, element of validating and verifying costs to help ensure and provide another set of eyes on behalf of the commission and the public to validate those costs.
All right. Referring back to your supplemental testimony at page 3, this is a recommendation to the commission as opposed to for the company. You recommend that the commission find that Cypress Solar qualifies for recovery under the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, did you hear Mr. Norwood's testimony earlier?
I did.
Okay, when he was discussing what's referred to as a soft cap.
Yes.
All right. And as he described it, there would be some type of prudence review of the final project costs after the facility's placed into service. Did you hear the same thing?
Yes.
All right. And as part of that review, would you agree the utility would need to support the costs that are different from the previous estimates supplied in the application?
That would be my expectation, yes.
All right, to your knowledge, has the commission already confirmed the review of final costs would be handled through Entergy Arkansas's Generating Arkansas Jobs Act rider in that manner?
I have not been involved in the rider proceeding, so I don't have a lot of intimate knowledge of that process.
That's fair. All right, now I want to ask you a few questions to confirm you are not making any recommendations in either your supplemental or your cert rebuttal testimony. First, you are not recommending a hard cost cap that would automatically disallow investment costs. True?
I have not made that recommendation. True.
Okay. And you are not making any recommendation that there be an energy production guarantee for Cypress Solar, correct?
I have not included that recommendation.
You are also not recommending a tax credit guarantee for Cypress Solar, correct?
Correct.
And you did not make any recommendation to conduct annual all-source RFPs, correct?
I did not make that recommendation.
And finally, you're not recommending that EAL complete the White Bluff fuel conversion analysis prior to moving forward with development of Cypress Solar, correct?
No, not prior to moving forward with Cypress Solar, correct.
Okay. And last question, would you agree that a battery energy storage system is considered by MISO to be a dispatchable resource?
That's my understanding.
Those are all my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Manis?
How would you recommend that EAL adjust the independent monitor from what was implemented in LC5?
I think that the driver for the caveat that I put in my testimony regarding the potential changes to the scope of the independent monitor, really driven from the fact that, as I noted in testimony, there are some different conditions for Cypress Solar as compared to Lake Catherine in terms of actions to ensure that the project qualifies for tax credits, potentially interactions between the company and potentially the EPC contractors and others to minimize costs and avoid use of contingency that may be different for Cypress Solar versus the Lake Catherine site. So I didn't want, I think that the language in the company's proposal was something to the effect of an independent monitor to conduct a scope similar to or matching the scope in Lake Catherine. That's definitely not exactly the language, but something like that. And I just wanted to raise the issue that there may be some additional or alternative considerations in a scope for an independent monitor for Lake Catherine.
Does the absence of any specific recommendation in your testimony mean you don't support those presented by Mr. Norwood?
No, it does not.
Would you recommend an annual RFP process or some variation of that?
I think that the principles that I believe Mr. Norwood is promoting with his recommendation for an annual all-source RFP process, I would agree with, which is providing a consistent message to the marketplace that RFPs will be used, giving the developers confidence that if they begin to develop a project on their own dime, that there will be an opportunity for it to be considered by Entergy as a resource moving forward. I'm not sure that an annual or required annual all-source RFP will be necessary in all years. And so I think that, I don't recall which witness, but one of the Entergy witnesses spoke to this. And I tend to agree that if load growth is only supporting something, I looked at some of their load growth and projections, and let's say for argument that load growth is going to be at
expected to be at 75 to 100, 150 megawatts a year for a period of years. If you run an all source RFP every single year to keep building out resources to meet load growth that's coming, and you're only expecting 100 megawatts a year, that in some ways limits the resources that you might get in that RFP, because you're going to be soliciting for a small amount of capacity to meet, you might be soliciting for in 2026 for resources to come online to meet load growth that's coming between 2030 and 2031, for example. If you're only soliciting for a small amount in every year, you may miss out on larger projects that might be a better, more efficient option that are too big for that year's capacity RFP. So I'm not sure that a required annual all-source RFP is the right solution, but again, I think the principles that are being promoted here that Mr. Norwood spoke about, of giving the marketplace of developers that consistent message that their projects have a place potentially, and that they will be given a fair shot to bid in their projects, is important. And I think another option for that principle would be some sort of requirement for giving more advance notice when an RFP will be coming out, so that developers can be developing resources.
Is it fair to say that a fully developed and available and updated IRP would be something to work back from, and then use that as sort of the milestone to plan with for RFPs?
Yeah, in general, yes. I think the IRP should be your foundation for that planning, in terms of when and what procurements are issued. The challenge, as Ms. Fielder discussed earlier, is that there have been a lot of changes, even from one IRP cycle to the next. That she mentioned the 2021 IRP, which was expecting or optimizing around building a lot of solar resources. And then 3 years later in 2024, it was a lot of natural gas and dispatchable thermal resources. So the planning circumstances can change quite quickly. And I think that you do need to consider whether RFPs can be structured in a way, for example, through an all-source format, to allow for very cost-effective resources to bid in, even if the IRP doesn't necessarily say that's the next resource that we need.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Thank you. Who wants to go? You want?
Are we ready?
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bauer, as we've discussed in here earlier, the commission is tasked with reviewing and approving or not approving a combined total of over $5 billion in projects as we stand. That's where it stands today. Do you believe that the company has moved the ball enough in the direction of their customers or consumer protection in this case? Or do we need to combine the company's efforts with some of Mr. Norwood's protections? Like, how far do you think they've moved the ball at this point?
Yeah, I think there are some unique circumstances in this case, which in general is the driver behind my recommendation in this case being different from others. The Google agreement is a major factor here because of the link between the resource and that opportunity, and the and the financial support, and as well as the customer protections involved in that case. So I think that just from the start, this one's in a better position than some of the others in terms of customer protection, reduced risk of cost overruns hitting customers, that sort of thing. The additional customer protections that the company has proposed
consistent with my recommendations, especially around the independent monitor and the reporting, I think are also very helpful. I think that we've discussed a bit here today the issue around competitive procurements and unsolicited offers and self-builds and sort of the position that the commission is put in when you don't have something to compare projects between. I do think that in this case, because there are some special circumstances around it, that independent monitor is a critical piece of providing that additional oversight to make sure that the project is executing as planned and there's not a surprise bill at the end or cost overruns that are not reviewed by anybody else during the course of the development of the project. So I think for the purposes of this project, I feel comfortable that the customer protection plan, as well as the support from the Google SRC, are good conditions for this project. That doesn't really address the other components of the $5 billion that you referenced.
And we talked a little bit about your thoughts in previous dockets on an independent monitor. And I think you've touched on this some, but I would like for you to sum it up for me, what you think the independent monitor's role should be in the various aspects in an all-source RFP. I know you recommend that there be an independent monitor throughout construction on this project, but can you sum that up for me so that we clearly understand your recommendation?
Sure. I think I didn't speak in any testimony, I don't think, here about the importance of independent monitors or independent evaluators, depending on the terminology, during the course of an RFP, but I do think that is an absolutely essential piece of ensuring that there's a customer representative really throughout that process, ensuring a fair process that will result in the best bids being selected. So I think that is a critical piece, and I want to recognize Mr. Norwood's recommendation that independent monitor or evaluator should be present at the hearing in the future. I think that I have seen that in some cases and not in others, and I do think that helps because I agree with him that sometimes there are recommendations in IM reports at the end of an RFP that are a little hard to interpret and could have implications for the commission's determination of a resource, and it's without being able to question the IM, it's hard to know for sure. So that's on the RFP side. On the construction side, I think that the independent monitor throughout that process provides an important role. As we discussed, it provides that an extra set of eyes on spending decisions, on things like change orders throughout the process, whether those things are needed, uses of contingency, which we've discussed contingency. We've discussed contingency a bit with other witnesses today. It just provides another set of eyes on all of that, so that contingency is not just an automatic, you get this, if you find any reason to use it, but giving the IM part of their scope to review those expenditures and whether they're needed, I think is an important piece of that role. I also think that providing regular reporting throughout the process back to the commission is important, if nothing else than to help educate the commission and all the stakeholders on the experience on the ground of how projects are developing, because this is not the last project that is going to come before the commission. So you're going to be deciding on more, if this project isn't done until 2028, 29, and you're not hearing from the independent monitor on the final costs until sometime after that, it won't help you with making decisions about projects that are coming before you in 26 and 27. So getting reporting throughout the process, I think, is also a helpful component of that scope.
I think sometimes you have to have some context with those reports, so I would I agree with you on that. On page 27 of your direct testimony, you stated that it was unclear whether the company would be able to fulfill the federal investment tax credit requirements given the project development timeline. But in your supplemental testimony, you didn't elaborate on that. Do you agree that the Cypress Solar project has been safe harbored or is on track to be safe harbored by the requisite deadline of July 4th of 26?
I'm not sure. The company's provided some pretty confident assurances that it has safe harbored the project. I think I gained a different understanding today on the testimony regarding, and I actually don't recall if it was in public or HSPI, but I gained a slightly different understanding today on how the company's strategy of safe harboring the project has played out than I had before. And I'm not familiar enough with how the rules have changed under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What I will say is that first, the company has expressed confidence that it will qualify. The protections in the Google agreement, which are HSPI, give me additional comfort, and I'd be happy to, if we do go into HSPI session, I'd be happy to elaborate on those. But I think there is some reason for comfort based on those protections that customers will not be, customers will hopefully not be inordinately impacted if there is an issue with ITC qualification.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Chairman, that's all I have that is non-HSPI.
Mr. Tate?
Yeah, I think I can let me clarify. Commissioner Anderson, did you say you had an HSPI question?
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm looking back through my notes.
If you're going to ask an HSPI question, I may hold one of my questions, but I've got a few that shouldn't be HSPI. Mr. Bauer, were you in the room for Mr. Norwood's testimony, or are you familiar with his testimony in this docket?
Yes, I am.
He made 3 recommendations, and I understood on redirect. I think I understand your position, but to be clear, you're not opposed to a cost cap in this docket, are you?
I'm not opposed to a cost cap.
What about a minimum energy production guarantee?
I'm not opposed to the commission considering that. I'm not sure exactly what you gain from that per se. I don't see it as I'll say it this way. I don't see it as a critical component of ensuring that customers get value from the project.
Have you supported minimum energy production guarantees in other dockets?
I don't recall. I know that I've been involved in several of the dockets in which that provision or the availability provision has been considered or included. I don't recall whether I've ever testified in favor of or not a minimum production guarantee. In general, I haven't seen that as an issue in other jurisdictions and in other solar projects of utility mismanagement or anything like that leads to denial of customer benefits from a solar project. So it's just not a top concern of mine.
You would recognize, though, that has been something implemented in this jurisdiction before?
Yes.
And what about investment tax credit guarantees? Are you opposed to those?
I think that I'm not opposed to those. I think that the interaction with, and again, the details of this would be in the HSPI session, but I think the interaction with the Google commitments make those maybe a little challenging to include in a requirement up front. But we can discuss that maybe a little more in HSPI.
Okay. Would you generally agree all of those would provide additional customer protection?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the anticipated load of Google?
Yes.
And you are also aware of the accredited capacity value of this resource?
I'm aware of the company's estimates, and there are a few.
You would agree that this facility alone is not sufficient to meet Google's need to supply Google its needed energy and capacity?
Yes, I agree.
Cypress isn't going to just supply Google, it is going to be a resource for all of Entergy's customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Under what conditions would you support an individual customer dictating resource type?
I think that there are circumstances where achieving economic development objectives, state policy objectives and economic development objectives can encourage resource type development of resources of certain types. This is one example. The driver solar is another. And I think the important consideration for that is whether, especially in a circumstance like this, which is it is a system resource, it is not in any way designated to a specific customer. It is a system resource, ensuring that the resource stands on its own as a reasonable system resource. I think that in this case, this project does, and the additional financial support from the special rate contract kind of tips the scale, kind of addresses any question of whether it's marginal or not, I guess is a way to put it. Not sure if that exactly answered your question. If I didn't, I'm happy to try again.
So one way is the resource stands on its own as far as being the most beneficial resource. The second option, if I'm understanding correctly, well, and maybe this is more my interpretation, is that if a resource is going to be designated to serve all of a utility's customers, but an individual customer wants to dictate the type of resource that will serve that need, there should be sufficient benefits to the rest of the customers to justify allowing that customer to dictate the type of resource being acquired.
Yeah, and that's a good way to put it. And I think, you know, the first point about this being a reasonable resource to add anyway. Let's take an alternative example. Say a customer came in and said, we'll locate, we want to have a 500 megawatt something. We only want oil, and that's the only thing that we want an oil steam turbine, which is the least efficient, most expensive resource that you can have. But they say that's what we want, and you build it. If Entergy came in and said, we want to build a system resource, it's oil, it's steam, unless there were some unbelievable benefits of the project and protections that customers aren't going to end up just paying for this thing for 30 years, that I wouldn't support that. As Ms. Fielder has
discussed, that the IRP analysis, and we can talk about that a little more on sort of the HERD supplemental analysis or the 2024 IRP. But the IRP analysis is consistently showing that solar and storage are a component of a optimized least cost portfolio. And this project, especially if it can get done within the remaining years of the tax credit eligibility, is one that fits into that, regardless of whether it's being driven by one specific customer or not.
One final non-HSPI question. So you filed direct testimony on October 8th, is that right?
Yes.
And then 2 days later, you filed a letter indicating you were going to file supplemental testimony. Is my memory serving me correctly?
Yes, staff filed that notification.
Now, you filed your supplemental testimony on October 20th.
That's correct.
And that supplemental testimony relied heavily on information provided to you during an informal meeting that occurred on October 15th and 14th.
On October 15th, for sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. Either way, the information that was the basis for your supplemental testimony occurred 5 days after you filed a letter indicating you intended to file a supplemental. So walk me through that. How did you know you were going to file supplemental before you had the information to file your supplemental?
Yep, I think that the circumstances of that filing were, I was doing an evaluation of the project and the economics and the conditions of the filing here. Other members of staff were simultaneously working on the SRC docket, which I did not testify in, and we had discussions after the direct testimony went in, which clarified some of my uncertainties around exactly how some of the conditions of the SRC operated, which did alleviate some concerns immediately. And then the follow-up conversations that we had with the company and the additional data request responses that came in that time basically provided additional assurances and evidence on which I based the supplemental testimony on October 20th.
Okay. So you had information before you filed the letter that you thought would require you to file supplemental, and then you got further details in that meeting after you filed the letter.
Correct.
Okay. One last question, I think that's not HSPI. You said batteries are considered dispatchable by MISO, correct?
That's correct.
They would be dispatchable up to their nameplate, right? No.
In general, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Does Commissioner Anderson still have an HSPI question? Okay.
Let's go into in Cameron, ask our guests to leave, noted in the record. Thank you. Keep me honest.
Can't take credit for it that time.
You can't. We're back on the record. We have concluded testimony. The commission appreciates the participation and cooperation of the attorneys and witnesses during this proceeding. I don't believe there's anything else to be brought before the commission. This hearing is adjourned, and we will, let's see, I think we'll leave the record open for the limited purpose of any post-hearing commission questions. We will stand adjourned. Be safe going home. Thank you.